Hello, Penguin. Hello, Budotta. Hello, everybody. Okay. Yeah, I know it's early in the day for the Americans. Too early, probably in the day for them. They're still sleepy, probably. Give a minutes. I'm gonna get something to drink. We're gonna start the stream. We're releasing today. We're releasing. Okay. Yeah, I'll go get something to drink, and then we're gonna start. So, hello everybody. Hello, fellow early risers or something like this. I don't know. Hello, fellow UTCers, GMTers, something like this. Fellow non-Americans, fellow Eurasians. How about that? No, there's also Africa though. Uh, fellow, well, hello people. Okay. I'm gonna take it a little bit easy to start the stream, but we're gonna do some work today. It's glorious release day. I want to delete one function from one feature from Zine. I'm gonna delete site.pages. We don't need it. Uh, and uh, and then we're going to. I need to implement page.leaves. I'm not sure exactly how I want to implement it, but I think I want to. And you know what? It might actually be not bad. Yeah. Nah, never mind. Hello, World Challenge. Hello, Sob. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Looking alive today? Yeah. Um, pretty much alive. Not rotting too much. You know, keeping the smell at bay. This kind of day. Hmm. So, I don't know. What do we start from? Um, I saw something suspicious at the top of lobsters earlier today. Maybe we can start from that. And the people that are into they're already roam social media will probably know what I'm talking about. It's this thing at the top of lobsters. I'm referring to the Together for a Healthier Clippy thing. So I think this is interesting. I'm gonna read some of it. So Clippy is a very loved piece of software with the fortune of having many contributors willing to do high quality PRs. With needed features, bug fixes, and whatnot. Blah blah blah. So what is going on? The truth is that Clippy has a reviewing capacity problem, and I wonder what is causing it. We've been having it for the last few months. I wonder what must have changed in the last few months. Unlike some other Rust teams, no one from the Clippy team is currently funded to work on Clippy. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop being snarky in commenting. That is unfortunate. That sounds like something that the foundation should work towards. Which they kind of are. You know what? Credit where credit is due. The Rust Foundation has started trying to pay developers. Uh, how well they're doing it, I don't know. I really cannot tell. I would have to put more effort into trying to understand this, and I don't want to. But the Rust Foundation for the longest time has just been collecting money and doing nothing good with them, or close to nothing good. Like, okay, like they would give away stuff. They would give away a bajillion AWS credits. But yeah, none of that is particularly interesting in my opinion, or good. But I think it's let me see. Yeah, announcing the Rust Foundation Maintainers Fund. So they have started collecting money to pay maintainers. And apparently the Clippy people got the shortest stick, I guess, or one of the shorter ones, because it seems that they are not getting any funding. What I find interesting is that, let's see, the Rust Foundation's approach to this initiative will be guided by our structure as a 501c6 nonprofit. We operate under a mandate for transparency and accountability to the Rust project, language community, and our members. That means we must develop this fund in coordination with the Rust project's priorities, ensuring shared governance and long-term viability. So, for example, here, OpenAI joins as a platinum member, and I don't think it's written in here, but there was like a tweet or something where they were, they're donating $600,000. But the thing is that 300 something, like 350, 375 maybe, is the membership fee. So of these $600,000, a little bit less than half goes to actually developers. The other half goes elsewhere. And yeah, I don't know. Better than nothing, that is for sure. But in any case, certainly better than before. So, unfortunately, this doesn't concern Clippy maintainers. The burden of maintenance does fall squarely on the maintainer's free time, eventually leading to burnout. But not necessarily. You just let the PR queue clog up. You don't burn out. You just let it clog up, and such is life. So this is why we're launching an initiative in which contributors help themselves get their pull requests reviewed and merged faster. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This smells like the kind of genius idea that ChatGPT suggests you to get rich quick, and then not only it makes no sense, it turns out it's the plot of some kind of comedy movie or something. What does this mean? Once a contributor opens a pull request, we propose they review another contributor's pull request. That way, each contributor reviews at least one pull request, and nobody's contributions get stale. What? The underlying mechanism looks like this. Once a contributor opens a pull request, our dear bot, Rust bot, linked to the Rust bot's OnlyFans link, I imagine. GitHub profile, pretty cool. Lots of activity. Wait, is this trying to say something in the dark spots? No, I'm joking. So let's see. We'll prompt them to look at other pull requests, preferably ones without any other reviews. After they reviewed a pull request, the contributor gets on a special secret, italic secret, list of cool ones and priority on their pull request from the team's reviewers. We want to thank the Bevy project for their open code review system as an inspiration for this new initiative. We've done this in the past. Clippy is no stranger to health updates of this kind. Last year, we had the feature freeze, which was an absolute success. In that process, we gained knowledge, trust, and the certainty that our community cared about Clippy, and Clippy doing things right. Once again, the team wants to thank and congratulate every single person, contributor or not, that cares about Clippy. Striving for excellence is what makes this linter and language so loved. In the help of the community of you, YOU, we can help Clippy become stronger and healthier. Okay. That is certainly an idea. I don't know how good of an idea I think this is. we have never done anything like this in the Zig project, and I can think of a ton of ways in which this can go wrong. But mm, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is a bad idea. Uh, I though with the current information that I have, I would not be betting on this being a huge success, regardless of what the next blog post on this website is going to say, because, the website, chances are the website is going to call whatever happens a gigantic, ginormous, humongous success. That being said, I'm curious. Let's see what that looked like for Baby. So here's what I will say. Here's what I find suspicious about this. This whole idea is explained in a way that makes it seem like you don't know how to play contributor poker. Meaning that, why is this not already happening organically? Why are you not already recognizing in the list of returning contributors people that you can trust to take on some responsibilities so that you can delegate some work? I get that it's not easy. It's not immediately obvious. You cannot, especially if you accept AI contributions, it is reasonable to not being able to scale your contributor pipeline to match the demand of a LLM fueled PRQ. But why the need to do this cutesy thing? This seems cutesy and ineffective when compared to what you should be already doing. Is this gonna help them somehow identify more easily people that they can trust? Here's another question. Is there anybody that has push access to this repo who is not in the team, in the Clippy team? How do you get on the Clippy team? I guess these are all questions that I would need to find the answer to in order to better understand the situation. Because if the people in the Clip team can give push access or something along those lines, let's say merge access, to contributors in an informal way, it's just like trust based essentially, then you don't need this. If somebody is for somebody to have the ability to be trusted, they need to get on the Clippy team. I mean, clearly the Clippy team is not bound, is not like bottlenecked by budget. They don't have any, so they already poor as fuck. So it's not like, oh man, I wish we could add another team member, but we don't have the budget to pay them, and since it would be unfair, then we just cannot add them. No, they're already all volunteers. So are they having trouble? Like, what is the process, or are they having trouble expanding the team? Like, if you have many contributors willing to do high quality pull requests, if this sentence is factually true, then you should have the ability to play contributor poker and get more contributors, like get more trusted people on board. Hello, Phil. Betty had a problem. It was a good problem to have, but still very much a problem. Baby had grown too popular too quickly. So what the fuck is this? Is this like a children's story? Also, collected. May 20th, 2026. So a few months ago. Our sole maintainer was stretched impossibly thin, and contributor PRs withered in review limbo as the queue grew and grew. People would pour hours of work into something only to wait weeks for any feedback at all, and maybe of them gave up, walking away as merge conflicts grew like weeds on their PRs. Is the Zig core team interested in creating something like Clippy, maybe post 1.0? It's hard for me to know too much about what post 1.0 will look like. Although this, it's a fair question. I'm not sure. I think I know some things that will probably happen when post 1.0. About this one, I have no idea. I can tell you that in the short term, like as things currently stand, it's unlikely because you know what? Actually, I'm not sure I know how to articulate the reasons precisely. It has something to do with the fact that Zig doesn't have warnings, and the fact that if something like this, like what is more likely, is that Zig is gonna just become the compiler is gonna become just more bitchy. So instead of having a tool that you run optionally that catches suspicious stuff and prints a warning, what is much more likely is that stuff will become a hard error in the compiler, and now you get to deal with it before you can, you know, you can have a successful compilation. At the same time, well, there's also plans for the compiler to be able to produce executables even when compilation fails. So the idea is, I don't know if, so Andrew wants to explore the idea. I don't know if this will actually pan out in the end, but like if essentially once you get down to implementing it, whether the extra complexity will be worth it. But there's this idea of, um, so for example, you have a variable that has a type error, but then the compiler still makes an executable and it works up until you hit the line where you would be instantiating that variable where the type error is. Maybe it's a numeric variable and you're trying to assign to it a string literal, for example. That essentially gets turned into a panic. So until you hit that line, you can still have a program that runs and you can test. Like you can essentially regress parts of the code base and you can muck around with other parts and everything works as long as you don't hit a code path that has a type error in it, roughly speaking. So the idea is, on one hand, the compiler will gain as the compiler learns how to do, let's say, static analysis of your program. Those will probably turn into compiler errors. On the other hand, the compiler, there's this idea of having the compiler still produce executables even on compilation errors. In the case of even in the presence of compilation errors, and not just the easy ones, but also the hard ones, like a type mismatch, for example. So something like Clippy, as in like a separate command for linting, which includes, like, configurability and the thing warning you about things that are like style. Essentially, they're not a hard error, but they are like a matter of opinion, if you will. I think that is much more likely something that a third party makes rather than the Zig Software Foundation. But what I, based on my understanding, by the way, I'm not a expert when it comes to Clippy, but I think that part of what Clippy is today for Rust will probably be part of the Z compiler itself. Did you see the Odin 1.0 announcement? Yes, I did. I don't have any particular comment on it. Good on them. Let's see. At the back, but as the backlog grew, I noticed something interesting. Even without formal authority, people were already doing useful review work, and that is the moment you do give them some formal authority, my friend. That is the moment where you snatch the opportunity out of midair and you start delegating some responsibility. That is the moment where you capture the day. Let's see where this story goes instead. They were asking good questions, catching bugs, suggesting small fixes, testing things on their own machines. Coming from a background in science, this made a lot of sense to me. Does it? Peer review centers around the idea that experts, regardless of their affiliation with a particular project or tiny subdomain, are generally good judges of quality, and with some asterisks, generally trustworthy. We let anyone submit PRs without vetting. Why is the bar higher for reviewing? I have opinions on I have opinions on this question. Um, but first of all, on a practical level, um, you do not want anyone to submit APR. Or rather, it's not a matter of excluding individuals. It's a matter of you are not happy with a endless queue of garbage PRs that I'll take this to an extreme degree. There are random text that doesn't even compile. You definitely don't want those. You already at least want stuff that compiles. You have CI that gates for this, right? Um, so more stuff is not good. More stuff is bad. So having a ton of random reviews that do not have a quality threshold that is any higher than the PR itself, it's just extra metadata. You're essentially just making it longer to review the original PR. It's not particularly useful. You want the act of reviewing is the act of taking a untrusted contribution to a higher level of trust. Yes, you could play it in a statistical manner. You could say that, well, I have 10 weak reviewers, so meaning that you don't trust the reviewers to do a particularly good job, but if, for example, all of 10 or the majority of them agrees that the PR is good and suggests the same couple of fixes and stuff like that, then you can trust it more, because even if each one of them is weak, then all together they produce something you can trust more. This is like literally true also when it comes to like machine learning. So that's part of the statistical reality of doing this. Fine. But still, like, why not just give some formal authority to people that are doing useful work? The community kept reviewing the PRs, and I kept asking these questions. Eventually, I suggested giving some formal way to do these community reviews. There we go. Tag the PRs based on community sentiment to make it visible to the maintainer at a glance for when they want to make the dreaded open PR count go down. What? What? Is this what I just described essentially? So they collect quote unquote thumbs ups from semi trusted contributors. It was weird, but we were willing to experiment. If it didn't work, we could always revert. Bevy's open code review process. Over the years, we've settled on a set of simple, permissive, and clear rules. Anyone can review anything. You don't need to be a maintainer. You don't need to be on a team. You don't need permission. If you have something useful to say about a pull request, say it. Okay. I mean, that is kind of status quo already today on like GitHub and company. When there's a PR, anybody can drop a comment or even I think initiate a full like review thingy. But regardless, they can leave comments. 2 approvals from the community before a PR is marked as ready for final review. Okay. Okay. Yes. So that's how they're doing it. This is actually not even. I was worried this would be something like more janky, but this is not janky much. I would still consider maybe. I was about to say I would still consider only allowing people who have had APR merge to count towards this. But I mean, this is more agile in discovering new contributors. So APR has to get 2 approvals from the community before the maintainer is gonna worry about merging them. Huh. Work that everyone thinks it's good gets bumped up the queue for consideration. There are 2 wrinkles in those rules. Trivial work, type of fixes and stuff only needs 1 approval. Okay. Controversial work, things with high architectural impact, over people can stop arguing, gets routed to designated experts who can make a call. Okay, so the triaging is more complex. So there's more triaging infrastructure around PRs. Importantly, maintainers cannot shortcut this process. This is essential for dog fooding the process, fostering a sense of fairness and reaping the benefits of the review process for our own work. Because GitHub doesn't think the reviews from people without right permissions count, the community itself tracks the progress of work using widespread triage rights. Okay, so there's huh. To close the loop, we clean out the backlog once a week, using those distributed labels to find the work the community thinks is ready to merge. Wait, what? Baby merge train. Search is currently unavailable when logged out. Oh. Um. Baby merge train. Hmm. A dev tool. D straightforward. S ready for final review. Okay, I came into this not really convinced that it all made much sense. Um, but I take this back. I really don't know whether this would really map well with Zig, but huh, huh. Okay. Let's see. As a maintainer, the final review pass typically means typically means I don't know what I was trying to say. Typically means spending a few minutes to consider the rationale and context, do a quick final quality pass, check for blockers in the unresolved feedback, and make a decision. If the work is more serious, we'll give it our own review, kicking it over to a fellow maintainer or pestering subject matter experts for opinions while we Where we have holes in our expertise, we occasionally spot serious problems during the final review and bounce the PR back to the author and the reviewers who missed it. Most of the time, the conclusion is looks good to me reviewing. Okay, I'm not gonna read more, or rather, I'm gonna keep this open because I'm gonna read the rest myself afterwards. But cool, cool. I think that the like actually making this work on mechanically does require a bunch of people to do boring work. But hey, if it works, cool, 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 cool. Okay, so give me a second. I'm gonna read a couple of messages and then we can start the actual work of releasing Zine. By the way, if anybody here has yet tried Zine, this is a good moment to do so. This release of Zine is going to be good. It kind of gets it to the next level of polish, in my opinion. The next few stages are going to be template snippets and possibly a revamped Markdown language. Okay. Done. Revamped Markdown. Love your not in-house energy, man. I wish I didn't have to. You know, some people really do the thing where they think, oh, man, I can do better. Everything that these other people have done, I can do it better. I don't come at it from this perspective. I wish I didn't have to do this. I wish I could just use fucking Markdown and be done with it. But the problem is this. So what am I planning? Do I have a name? Right now I'm calling this language Super MD, and that is a Ziggy front matter. So this JSON alternative language that you see here at the top, and then below it's normal Markdown plus some extensions that I've implemented on top of a Markdown AST, and the Markdown is parsed by CMark. I want good tooling for my stuff, which kinda implies that I want to have a parser and I want to have um I want to have a parser and I want to have a an LSP and all of this. So the problem with this is that you cannot do that with normal markdown. So normal markdown is not really spec'd well. It is insane. Like if you look at markdown parsers, they are an absolute mess of like look ahead everywhere, and they have strategies for preventing preventing pathological cases from essentially becoming exploitable. Like somebody writes a particularly nasty markdown and now your markdown parser is running on a quadratic you know big O, and your whole thing is degraded. So what I would like is to have something that somewhat looks like markdown. It kind of keeps, if you will, the spirit of it, but it is more rigid with what it allows, so that we can avoid having to do all the insanity that markdown parsers have normally to do. And at the same time, um, another thing that I don't like about markdown is the fact that as a language, it doesn't have errors. There is no concept of error in markdown. There are some constructs that can be interpreted with having a special meaning, square brackets and then parentheses, that's a link. But then if a piece is missing, so if you have the square brackets and then you have the open parentheses and then you have the link, but the closing parentheses is missing, then this whole construct becomes plain text. And and in my opinion, while I understand why that is, like I understand why people have essentially tried to seamlessly upgrade plain text syntax into something cooler, trying to not impose too much on without trying to add restrictions on what you can do when you're trying to do plain text. The problem is that not having a separation between these two worlds, the plain text world and and things that have semantic meanings world, whenever you make a mistake of that kind, like missing a closing parenthesis, you can't report it to the user because that cannot be marked as an error by the tooling because it just became plain text. So I would like in my language to have this concept of having an error space where you're writing something that looks like it's supposed to be a construct that has semantic meaning. Well, if you fuck it up, we make it an error. And then if you actually didn't want to write that, but you wanted to write something close to that, but you wanted it to be plain text, then there should be a way for you to do that. And I don't know what that looks like yet, but there should be. The normal approach for this would be escaping, right? Let's say that you decided that you want to use the asterisk for italic. So asterisk something, blah, 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 and then another asterisk makes the thing italic. But then what if you want to just multiply? You want to write something which is multiplied, right? So you want to do A asterisk B to say A times B. So the way that current markdown parsers work, as I understand, I have not looked deeply into the specifics of this use case that I'm talking about, so I might be imprecise with it. But in general, what they do is that when they see the asterisk being used inside of a multiplication, they look ahead for a matching asterisk with the rules for when to stop, because they know that if you have, for example, I think that if you have like a double new line, so like if you have a separate block of text, then the search for that asterisk stops at the double new line. It doesn't go past that. But otherwise, it just goes forward for a while, trying to see if there's a matching asterisk and to see if that should be interpreted as italic or not. So yeah, I wish we could have something like Markdown that didn't have these problems, or that at least mitigated them. So my plan is essentially to have Super MD, which today is Markdown, with a Ziggy front matter, and turn that into something different. Some people have explored this in the past. There are a few examples. So this is one. There's also this one, I think. Let me see if I can. There's this. Also, let me see this. Tried Ziggy plus a schema, by the way, for work experience stuff, but I could not get it to parse my Ziggy file. When I tried Ziggy FMT, it had error found all the time on files that I could cat. Oh shit. I can look into this. I do have snapshot tests, so some simple cases are definitely covered. I have two questions for you, Lucas. So, by the way, I'm sorry that you have this experience. Don't be afraid to open issues. I'll fix them. This is silly stuff, right? This is probably silly stuff. I do have snapshot tests that run Ziggy FNT, and so you know, it's unfortunate, but works on my CI. So I don't know. Are you on Windows by any chance? Because if I had to guess, one place where there might be some OS integration shenanigans going on might be Windows. The other ones, I think I would have seen it myself. Although, to be fair, how often do I run Ziggy FNT? No, actually, I do run Ziggy FNT a bunch. So yeah, yeah, this surprises me. I'll try to rebuild and send you a link to. Yeah, well, you can open an issue. That would be perfect. So if you can push your reproduction somewhere, a repository, a branch on an existing repository or something, and you open an issue with, you know, the steps to reproduce, which is like git clone the thing, check out whatever branch if necessary, and then just run Ziggy FNT. I'll make sure to address this stuff. So there's this. So Shrimple, by the way, beautiful name. Props to whoever came up with this name. Shrimple is okay. I don't think I would have used it myself for Zin, but it is an awesome name, Shrimple. I'm on Linux, switch to JSON in Zin. That worked, by the way. Okay, awesome. Glad that worked. So this is Shrimple, and this is an attempt of doing what I described. They have their own opinions on things. So for example, they do code blocks via indentation. I don't like this. I'm not gonna do this. This makes editing insanely hard. So first of all, it's semantic whitespace. Semantics whitespace is kind of brittle. It's tough. By the way, semantic whitespace is already kind of a sharp tool when it comes to a language that has the concept of errors, but a language that has instant degraded this construct into plain text thing and keep accepting it, and then you give me semantic whitespace, man. You're handing me a double barrel foot gun essentially, so that every and both barrels shoot at the same time. So every time I press the trigger once, both feet are gone at the same time. That said, that's just an opinion. So they're doing this kind of stuff. They're also doing the thing where numbering doesn't matter. Like once the thing identifies that this is supposed to be numbering, the renderer doesn't complain if the numbers are not in sequence. In my case, I would definitely want to bitch at you if these numbers are not in sequence. I really, really don't care. I would put in the language server a thing where it automatically fixes up the numbers, though. so that if you decide that you need to put something in the middle of a very long list, you don't have to go insane. Um, yeah, so Shrimple is an example of that. Then there's this one. These were discussed on Hacker News recently. This one is called Strict Mark, Rational Markdown. So this is a markdown that has a grammar. And a cutesy one at that. Like if you look at this is not insane. So this is not just not insane. This is pretty simple. So this is nice. I don't like all of it though. I was looking at how they did things, and I think I have an opinion on certain things. Oh, for example, they do this thing where in this markdown variant, a link, instead of being square brackets and then round brackets, is square brackets, which actually I think this is also in Markdown. But this thing here can only be a single byte. So if you have more than 10 links, use letters. So you use numbers 0 through 9. Then at the 10th one, you start using letters. And then and then you use Unicode symbols. Okay, so it's not, sorry, it's not 1 byte. It's one, what's a Unicode symbol? Is that a code point or is that a grapheme cluster? I guess it's a code point. Which to me is not the greatest way of approaching this. So I wouldn't want to be this restrictive, in my opinion, with this stuff. So block markup, multi-line header, blah blah blah. So yeah. So long story short, there have been plenty of attempts at this, and I guess I want to throw my hat into the ring, or rather, I don't really want to, but I think I will be forced to. There's also Dot. So Dot is I think that the author is somebody who worked on Pandoc, maybe. I guess so. And this also is meant to be a simplified evolution of Markdown. I think that compared to the other ones, this one is more like palatable as a Markdown alternative because I think it maintains the majority of things from Markdown, and it just adds extra rules whenever you're trying to do, particularly fucked up stuff. So, for example, here you're mixing a underscore, which I actually don't even remember what it does. In any case, you're crossing the beams, right? This underscore starts here, ends here. This one is a star. This one is a star. Then here there's swapping it around. So in this case, strong wins over the underscore. Yeah. So this stuff, similarly, holy fucking shit. Link with a star URL and then another star results in the stars being literal, while this results in strong emphasis. Oh wait, this is not being even interpreted as a link. So this construct now is just taken in verbatim according to this to Dot. It is a complicated problem space. It is not that different from regular, but have you looked at Runbook? It allows you to run scripts from Markdown since any documentation sites are based on Markdown now. So my solution to this is the following. And this is and even if I were to, or rather, when I will change the way that I parse Markdown, I will still want to maintain this uh, general approach, upper layer. In any case, here's how it works in Zin. In Zin, I have this concept. I have Scripty. Scripty is a super tiny scripting language that is meant to go inside strings or simple stuff, simple one-liner places where kind of like a string. So here you can see it in action in a super HTML template. So super HTML is valid HTML, but some attributes are scripted. And some of those scripted attributes have special meaning. Here I'm missing a colon, by the way. I'm just realizing. So in super HTML, for example, here I'm saying, I'm defining a link, and I'm saying that the href is the result of evaluating this expression. Here I'm missing a colon. This is a bug in my docs, but this would be colon text, and colon text is an attribute that has special mechanics attached to it. So colon text evaluates this expression and then places the value in the body of the element, and the element is required to be empty. Then this same scripting language, Scripty, that you use from in Super HTML is the same that you use also in Super MD, except that the evaluation context is slightly different. Like you manipulate different types. So here you can see this is Markdown. Here is link syntax, but in this also happens to be a link because this expression will evaluate to a link. But if we go to, and just to show you some other examples, Scripty looks like this. Always starts with a $sign. Then you can navigate things like you can navigate the site, you can navigate the current page, you can do this kind of stuff, and then you pass arguments to functions. Usual simple is just one chained expression stuff. So in SuperMD, the way this works is that we always use link syntax, but what you put between here within the parentheses might be a link, and if it is a link, then it will resolve to a normal Markdown link. But you can also use different things which are called directives. So different directives can be different embeds, for example, that maybe don't work in Markdown, and then the vanilla Markdown syntax essentially maps to these concepts. So to give an idea, these are all links and they're fine. Section directive, usage, blah blah blah. Rendering content sections. Let me see if I can find an example of, for example, images. Images, this is the syntax for an image. This still exists, but you can also use normal link syntax with an image expression in it. Well, link syntax that defines an image directive. And so the way I formalize the relationship between vanilla Markdown syntax and my extension is that I say that essentially when you write this, conceptually, I will interpret it as this. And then there's distinctions for whether it's you're passing it a absolute path to it, which means that I consider it a site asset instead if you're using a relative path. I consider it a page local asset. Then if you add alternative text, this is, I think, swapped around compared to normal Markdown. In normal Markdown, here you put the alternative text, and here you put the caption. That is ass backwards, because in the caption, you will want to use stuff like italic, bold, for example, which you can put in here, but you cannot put in here. Or rather, I guess you can, but then there's no expectation that those, like the asterisks will be rendered differently. So in Super Markdown, these are swapped around. Here goes the caption, here goes the alt text. And then I support also other directives that don't exist, like other embeds that don't exist in Markdown. For example, I have audio. So you want to embed an audio asset, you can do that using the audio directive. So if I switch out the current Markdown implementation that I have with a different one, I will still want to maintain this layer. The idea is that Markdown will still have will still have the concept of scripted directives. And whatever, built-in syntax that language will have for like styling the text, it will always have a mapping to this syntax. So for example, and this is true for everything. So for example, stuff like bold and italic and whatnot. It's also, this is text, so you can. I don't remember if I implemented all of it, but here with World, we this is actually really handy. This is something that you just cannot do with Markdown. Here, there's some text, and for World, I'm giving it a directive, text directive, that defines its ID and a couple classes. I call them attributes, not classes, because I plan for Zine to also be able to output PDFs, books, essentially to be a publishing tool for books, in which case the concepts are not going to be a one-to-one mapping necessarily to HTML. So but when you're mapping, when you're rendering HTML, which is what we currently support, you see World is in a span and has ID foo and classes, which you can use to style text if you want. And so for example, so then what is the star? Star. So to make something bold, well, to make something bold is this essentially you can use star, or you can use this syntax and then do whatever you need to do to make this bold. I actually currently text, I believe, does not support. Let me double check if it supports. Okay, right now text only allows you to specify ID and CSS classes. It doesn't allow you to say, oh, this should be strong, this should be italic. I think I'll add that eventually. But now you get the idea, I think. So this extension layer to Markdown will remain. I just want to simplify the, if you will, layer below it, the parsing layer below it. So as for how to embed more complicated stuff, that is not fully implemented yet because I need the ability to render HTML snippets in Zine in general. And yeah, I have yet to work on that. It's definitely planned. It's, I don't know, maybe the next thing that I'm going to work on, or if not the next, the one right after. But that is, I think, the last big feature missing from Zine. Everything else is there when it comes to big features. And when you compare it to Hugo, for example, everything else is already in place. Pretty much. When it comes to the big features, there are definitely secondary features that are that we might not have, but I would say they are not as important as being able to render snippets. Let's see. I've not finished it, but I could place a post introduction directive and a post content directive to render a table of contents between both. That is definitely one way of doing it. Did I ever add the ability to place a table of content from Super Markdown? I don't think I ever did. I am considering having a table of contents directive. But yes, in the absence of this, this is definitely the right approach. And if you look at the Zine Docs website, you can see how there are table of contents here. Maybe not this one. I think this one is curated manually. But if we go in here, there's a table of contents, and this one comes from the template. I think I can show you. So Super HTML index, it has an intro section. Well, it has a bunch of sections because you need them to be sections so that they can be shown in the table of contents. They also need to be given IDs. Then so what is the layout? The layout is documentation as HTML, and documentation as HTML has do, 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 do. Okay, so it looks at the page custom configuration in the front matter to see if we try to specify what we want to do with the table of contents. And if we don't, it defaults to true. And then in our table of contents, we do page.toc to print the table of contents, and then we print all the content. So in your case, you said that you wanted to render an intro, some content above the table of content and some below it. Here's, I guess it depends on what it is that you plan to put above it. Here's one way in which you could do it. If it's simple stuff that you want to put above the table of contents, here you have, oh, come on. Oh, right. I don't have the schema stuff installed in here, but I could get it, right? Zine, install schemas. Set requires a new version of Zine. Okay, I've installed the schemas. There we go. So maybe if it's something simple, you can use description. I always have a small post introduction in front of my posts. Okay, so you can use description. If it's not something that you plan to style, you can use description. And you can even use multi-line syntax with it. So like it doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, one string with escaped new lines and stuff. Banana, 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 banana. So there's that. Although, you know, you can you already used the description for my listing introduction in the custom map. That is another approach, yes. Otherwise, yeah, you can just put a section before it. And I think you can even, I think there are ways of making this not too annoying, where essentially, let me think about it for a second. So how do we print something above here and not after? One way of doing it, okay, you need to test this because I'm not 100% sure. But if you avoid giving an ID to the first section, so you don't give an ID to the section up here. So the idea is you don't give it a title, you don't give it an ID, it's just a section. I think you should be able to do this. And then in the template, you do sections and then you slice it to only the first section. Let me double check. Or you do at. No, super HTML reference. Content section, no, page. And then from page, you do content sections, which returns a list of no, what the fuck am I looking at? Not footnotes, content sections. There we go. Content section. Returns a list of sections for the current page. You should be able to slice this. I hope that this returns an array and not an iterator. So you should be able to do at 0. And so that way you print the first content section. And then after that, well, I guess you can use slicing anyway. Here you just select the first one, the one at index 0, and then you print the table of content, and then you you slice, you do content sections again, but this time you slice out the first one. So that should work, I think. If this does not work, if what I just described doesn't work for you, do let me know, because this is a use case that I am definitely interested in supporting, and we should be able to support it right now. And if that, yeah, and if it doesn't, then I'll try to do the work necessary to make it work. Okay, let's remove page.leaves. So for that, let me see how we're gonna do this. Let's close ziggylang.org for now. This is the website. This is in itself. We go to page. Actually, do we have it already open somewhere? Here we have it open already. Let me exit this. Okay, I'm just restarting the editor in case that I messed around with Git. Look at site. We look at pages. I'm going to delete site.pages. Oh, also, you know what? This might be simpler. Okay, we remove site.pages, but now we need to talk about that in the changelog. Okay. Changelog. So this is the local preview with the release notes that I've already written, which need to be updated with 3 new entries. Okay. Do. Critic your website, blah, 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 new Ziggy guide. Okay, I think here is a good place. Here we're going to say, Super HTML scripty changes removed site dot pages, which allowed you to iterate over a list of known pages that were passed as over a list of known pages that were passed as arguments to the function. It was originally created to simplify running the same snippet over the same HTML snippet over a list of manually selected pages. But it's fully replaceable by looping over a Ziggy array defined in the front matter. Old and I have proper examples of this because I was using this feature. I originally made it for myself. Uh, Documentation has this. So let's change this to oh Jesus, what a mess. Yeah, actually, should I does this need to be like this to not be indented? What does this look like? HTML is forbidden. It needs the indentation. Yeah, the syntax aligning actually was actually telling us. Hello, Calder. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so this, then we can now pass multiple arguments to site.page, which will be used, which can be used. Also, let me reflow this. Oh, delightful. This can be useful when your page references have a some fixed parts. Some fixed components and some parameterized ones. This means that the following invocations are equivalent. And I think we can lift this directly, like straight up from the docs. Okay, let's do it better. Okay, let's see how this looks. We can now pass multiple arguments to side page, which will become components to compose the final path used to find the target page. This means that the following invocations are equivalent. This can be useful when part of your path is fixed while part is parameterized. Oops. There we go. Oh shit, why is this going to a new line? What? Oh, is it because it doesn't fit? It doesn't fit on a single line. That's why it's broken up. Oh, that is a bit sad. I think we can solve it like this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now we need to talk about um, subpages by this, subpages by that. Availability functions can consult against offer better performance. The added pages by author and pages by tag. Okay. Um. Okay, so with this, I think we have done this. We have updated the docs with regards to these new features that I added yesterday. Um, what is there left to do here? I think these release notes are fine. I need to mention that Zine is now bitchy about versions. Maybe before this, I'll mention that um, Zine now bitches about versions. Yeah, let's put it above here. Zine wants. Oh man, I wish the receiver was smart about this thing. Zine now checks the expected version. Or you know what? Maybe we can put it in here. Hmm. Okay. There's this. Yeah. Mm. Okay. So this is all fine. Now it's a matter of implementing page.leaves if we commit to implement it. I kind of want to. So I'm aiming to do it now. And then we are going to need to add an entry for it in oh, you know what else we also need to do? So I'm going to reuse this box here. Update documentation syntax. Slices. Slices? Okay. Not a big deal. But we need to do that. And yeah. Okay, this looks good. So I think I'll take a super quick bathroom break, and then we are going to implement this missing piece. It's going to be in page. Yeah. And we're going to implement leaves in here. So subpages by tag, and subpages by this, subpages by that, subpages. Maybe we put in here leaves. So I'll just explain briefly what a leave is compared to a subpage. A subpage are the direct children of a page. A page that is a section. A page that represents a section will have below it. So index blog slash index.smd is the blog section, and every other markdown file, well, super markdown file in that directory is going to be a direct child of the blog section. And so this is what you get when you do subpages. Leaves is when there is deeper nesting going on. So a section contains maybe some pages, maybe some other subsections. What leaves does is that it navigates all the subsections. It essentially navigates and ignores subsections, and it flattens leaf pages. essentially. It quote unquote expands essentially section pages and collects a flat list of pages no matter how the nesting is structured. Why do I have this? Why do I want to have this? One reason is because this gives us access, for example, um, in the Zig.day website, it gives us access to being able to show the latest events. Because right now we have this section structure where we have, I think we have like one section per continent, one for Europe, one for North America, one for Asia, I think, or Japan. And then within Europe, for example, we have, actually, do we have? Yeah, we have the different cities, and then every city has its own list of events. And so if we want to show the latest events globally or the latest events within Europe, for example, then we need something like leaves. Or I guess you could hack it together without something like leaves, but leaves just makes it straightforward to essentially do the same work. So it's probably even also more efficient. Also, there probably are different strategies for implementing it, some of which might genuinely be a performance improvement, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so quick bathroom break, and then I'm gonna work on this. Be right back. I'm back. Is he taking a hydration break? Yeah. Okay. So leaves. You know what? I think I'm gonna just straight up copy some pages. Okay, signature returns many pages. Correct. Returns a list of all the pages in this section. This page is not a section. Returns an empty list. Oh, we're gonna have to change this. Returns a list of all non non-section pages in the subtree of the current section. Returns a list of all non-section pages in the subtree of the current section. Returns an error when called on a non-section page. Sections are defined by indexes and files. Yes. There's the question of what if you call these on something gigantic and you have you have just generated bajillion pages. Okay. Is there anything else you want to say? Like, what if you call this on something gigantic? Um. Yeah. I wonder if I could make this an iterator. Let me see. Iterator. So right now we only have slice iterator. What do they need to give us? The current iteration variable, current iteration index, length. Oh, len is a property. It is not a it is not a function. I think len should be turned into a function maybe. Because this would be a lazy sequence where we don't know what the length is. Although, well, no, technically we do know the length is the sum of all pages. Yeah, that is actually not that hard to fetch. So we could know that. Yeah, I'm thinking of essentially not reifying the full list of pages. and instead make this an iterator. The problem is iterators don't have slice on them, do they? An iterator has up, but I think an iterator needs slice, except when do you call it though? Yeah, you need to put that in the constructor. It needs to accept a numeric parameter where we say yeah, where we essentially limit things. Mm-hmm. Actually, give me the energetic one. Okay. Yeah, so no, we cannot give a slice built-in method to an iterator because then you're gonna call it people are gonna call it mid iteration. That's not what you want. You want that to be part of the construction of the iterator. So it means that the function that poops out the iterator is the one that needs to cap it. Um I wonder why slice iterator is generic. Like, how the fuck is this thing ever going to work with anything other than a value? Well, I guess the slice can be of something that is not the element, but then next returns the element. So how is this is this gonna work if it's not in a generic manner? I think this is unnecessarily generic, or well, no, you know what? No, never mind. I guess it's just missing some logic to wrap non-value elements in a value to box them. I guess. Okay. Slice IT. Yeah, look at this boy from array. Oh no, never mind. This guy does the wrapping, does it not? Calls next. Yeah, and then wraps it in a value. Okay, so technically this slice can be of something that is not values. That is interesting. Unfortunately, that does not work with Ziggy, does it? Well, no, it works because you make a slice iterator of Ziggy dynamic values, but it's not in here, so we're not doing that. So we're boxing them? We're boxing Ziggy dynamic? Oh no, we're probably unboxing that and then boxing everything into a value. Eh, that's probably not optimal, but whatever. Okay, so what do we call these? Leaves IT. Leaves iterator. Okay. Hopefully this works. Length we don't know, and it doesn't have default value. And then we have essentially a slice of um sections that we are consulting. And what's in this slice of sections? It's the slice and the index that we're at. Frankly, the index could be a U32. Yeah, I think everything could be a U32 in here. Okay. There's a function for returning len. Yeah, because len is saved on the outside. Because it's part of the interface. That's fair. So we don't have len in here. Okay. Um. Okay. There's no init. That's fine. There's len, I guess. Which sure. So total is um is Awebo dead? No, Awebo is waiting for some stuff to get unblocked in Zig when it comes to translating C header files because some stuff regressed in 016/017. And I'm taking this as an opportunity to um, do some improvement in Zine, the static site generator. I am about to make a new release. Today is Glorious Release Day. So as soon as we release this, um, I mean, I'll still be around for Zine for a while more to, fix whatever silly bug I might have, I might end up releasing, and then, um, and then I'll resume a web development. Yeah, do not worry. But I just have two ends, so or rather, I, I don't have a brain that is comfortable juggling too many things at once. I like to focus on one thing at a time. So what I do is that I do a round trip around my projects, and for a while I focused on one or a limited set of projects that make sense to push a specific thing forward. I make a release. I reach a hopefully good checkpoint, and then I circle back to the other stuff. Actually, this returns context value, which we could do the wrapping in there, but we might let this guy do the work. And in here, we just return context of page straight up. Okay, so how does this work? So this is where the fancy algorithm should go. I mean, we're missing the init. We probably want an init function. And we definitely want a GPA. And we probably want something else. Um, skip U32. Then the pages. Well, not really necessarily the pages. I guess the starting section. Is that it? Or sections? You know what? I think... section iterator. Yeah, I think we want to do it like this. Or, there we go. Section. Just section. Okay. And essentially what we do is return idx equals skip sections is what you give me. So we don't need a GPA. But the outside world will have to do this work. And then so we have an index in here. Where do we have an index in here? And there is an index on the outside. And there's a bunch of boxing going on in here. So how do we skip the initial values in a graceful manner? Because we could call our own next. We could call our own next. But then the problem is that we're not gonna... So we have our own index tracking in here. Same as this guy. But then there's also the outer tracking. I don't love this, but fine. Yeah, I guess we should essentially have index be the one that it has. So res.idx equals uh like this. If we let IDX be driven from the outside, then we don't need to store it here. We can be given it when next is called. That might help. Why am I even tracking this index in here? Oh, I'm tracking it if I want to stop early, right? But at this point I wouldn't do it this way. I would just do... Oh, wait a second. I'm saying skip, but we're not skipping anything. Wait. We're not skipping anything. We're limiting. So this is the limit. Right. This is the limit indeed. So I don't need local tracking of an index. This is gonna be the local tracking that we need, which is per section. But we do want to track our limit. We do want to track our limit. Easy. Yeah, I think I want to change next to also accept the index. So that means that here we can avoid this. We can receive it. We don't need to increment it. So this should be simplified. This is beautiful. That means that next here, this goes here. This goes there. Have a nice day, Lucas. Okay. So this is all great. This is all really great. Huge improvement. Then here we say if idx is limit, what did we return? What's null? I'll just straight up null. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna call this leaves iterator, because we're gonna start juggling other sub iterators in a second. Okay. So this is all great. Limit sections. This is actually not a list of pages. This is a list of U32s. And sconce, we're not going to modify it. These are going to be indexes into pages because that's what sections are. Yeah, this is the cursor into it. Oh shit, too many things called pages. There we go. How do you keep track of them? I just leave them there and okay, I just move around this way. I slide. I don't know, it's fine. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. And yeah, no, index should always start at 0. I don't know what I was smoking. Index starting at 0 is right. That never changes. This goes away. No, that was dumb. Okay. Init is done. Len is done. Time to solve this guy. Also, wait. This is Len. Does this mean that this guy stops once we reach Len at all? with next. Oh no, this guy does not give a flying fuck about Len. So this should be like this. Assert. We should assert that the index is lower than Len. Because it's the outside that should drive this. So here we say, actually, we can pull out. Actually, we can pull all of this out. Yeah, and maybe we're gonna change this in case that this ever becomes any different. But for now, this is fine. So now the problem is we need to check last. And the problem with last is that it is undefined until we call next once. So the first time we call this, this is something like if ether.len is 0 or I think we should do res dot last equals 0 equal rest of len. So we make sure to preset last so that we can trust those on first iteration, and then we do if iter.last. So if we are opening and we already at the last one, return now. Yeah, this is okay. This is pretty elegant. This is all pretty elegant, if you ask me. This next returns a boolean. We don't return null. We return false. Oh shit. So no. So we return false. I guess here we should drop the or else. Because this guy should not be optional anymore. Like this should know for a fact that he returns the right value. This means that these also should not be optional anymore. This means that this should be an assert. Actually no, because here we're defining a limit. Which means that how do we do this? Can we make this an optional? Or do we use 0? Or do we use max int? I guess we can use max int. Hmm. And so return the minimum here between total and max int. I guess that works. Or whatever it is. Okay. So this can turn into an assert, and okay. And then here we do the actual work. Okay, that works for me. So how does this work? We need to look at all the values, and we need to all the dates, and we need to find the highest one, and then that is the one that we return, and that is the index that we um, move forward. What is the perception of using AI in coding in your country? Okay, I did not expect the question to be scoped on my country. So I live in Italy, so I guess I should answer about what happens in Italy. I think the answer is that Italy, on average, does not have a particularly opinionated um, tech industry workforce. Um, so I think the majority of people around here work in consultancy, and in terms of software quality, they were producing slop before. They will producing slop in the future. Generally speaking, I'm not being super serious about it. And to be clear, I work in consultancy myself, and I have made slop myself. I've tried not to, but man, it's fucking hard in consultancy. You there is kind of no way out most of the time, and so from that perspective, when it comes to doing this kind of work, LLMs are good. They actually do improve, productivity. So yeah, I'm sure that out there are people working in not consultancy who have maybe more nuanced opinions. Although I would say that it's probably still generally. I don't think that in Italy we have that many people that really understand software engineering well enough and have had the opportunity, and so they need to both understand it well and have the opportunity and a reason to appreciate situations where LLMs are just not good, period. And yeah, how were you making slop before AI? Oh man, if you worked at the consultancy company that I worked for, I can promise you slop is the word that you would use for describe whatever we were pushing out at the time. I can fucking promise you. I was working at a Microsoft partner company, like Microsoft Gold partner company. We were making websites for shitty um, businesses, and it was a shit show through and through. And it was slop. I can promise you, it wasn't LLM generated slop, but it was slop nevertheless. Yeah, you can't really make quality because deadlines are and dumb business people. Yeah, but also because it's kind of part of the deal when you're doing consultancy. The customer has usually looked at a few different consultancy companies and evaluated them one against the other. And so the people, the business people that participated in those tenders had to essentially try hard to pull down the price in order to compete with other companies. Now, do they make a mess of things? Always. They always make a mess of things. They always love to. They prefer to overpromise, right? To get the contract by overpromising, saying that you're able to do more in a shorter amount of time than what the actual people doing the work would say it is reasonable to ask. But I do it anyway because I don't know. I guess it's because usually they get paid by how many contracts they can close. So they have an incentive in essentially throwing you under the bus just a little bit, just a little bit throwing under the bus, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's such is life. I'm trying to break into tech and get my first job. I graduated in 2024. I'm doing a master's this fall. Yeah, that is fucking tough, man. Good luck. The tech industry right now, like the work, the job situation is, very messy. Very, very messy. Not just in Italy, but everywhere. Frankly, I don't even know what advice to give you. On one hand, you can try to make it look like you're super good with LLMs, and hopefully you will find somebody who is interested in this kind of stuff. Or alternatively, you could try to learn the kind of things that the people who go all in with AI either have never learned or are not exercising and will tend to forget. But man, either is a gamble. I honestly wouldn't know what to recommend. Audi 1.0 has been announced. When Zig 1.0? I don't know. I guess we first have to make a Wes Anderson style video, do we not? I mean, if we want to match the energy. I All right. So let's write the actual iterator. So I'm gonna call it next, I guess. We can call it like next page, which is gonna be a pointer to context page. I guess we set it to undefined. And then we do var next section IT U32. And we set that to 0. No, that also should be undefined. Then we need to loop over things. Let's see. Cheers for the answer. Congratulations on turning that page and working on something cool. I was working in professional services myself, but we were lucky enough working with a few telcos. It's not much slop for me. It was that is nice. Yeah. So I don't think that all consultancy is bad. So first of all, let me put it this way. Consultancy is necessary. Maybe not exactly to the same degree. Like, I'm not saying that the way things currently are is as it should be. I don't think that is the case. But consultancy, even though it is generally speaking not great for a tech worker, it makes sense for it to exist. People out there need their own quote unquote silly websites. It's good that bakeries and businesses and restaurants and stuff, they get their website up, they get their inventory, content management system up, that kind of stuff. So that is good. This is one way in which us in the tech industry should be able to serve society. Also because it benefits us back, right? You want your restaurant to have a website so that you can order online. Ideally, you want businesses to be empowered by technology. Also as a consumer. That being said, it is true that there is a lot of consultancy that is, man, scrapping the bottom of the barrel. And the problem is that if you are somebody who loves the art of creating software for humans, and you care about what it is that you put out in the world, consultancy will often leave you unsatisfied. There are better and worse consultancies, that is for sure. Consultancies that specialize on a particular kind of client, and where the people in charge aren't too horribly greedy when it comes to everything. They're not stupid as fuck, and they're good managers. Then you can definitely have a good time. I imagine that you can have a good time. I suspect that you can have a good time if the consultancy is very big and smart or very small and smart. If it's medium size, chances are that it's not gonna be super good. Which, by the way, that is where I was at. Um, yeah. I don't remember if I had anything else to say. At least I did want to say at least what I did say right now. Okay. But yeah, if you really care about what the software you make, you kind of have to work for a company that has a product. It's like consultancy by definition is you being a mercenary. Um and so it's never your cause. If you're a mercenary, whatever war you're fighting in, it is never your cause. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a mercenary there. So if you work for a company that has a product that doesn't necessarily have to make has to make you a true believer, there is obviously good reasons to want to keep some distance between you and the company, even if it's a product company. But you know, it's one thing to be put on a project for 6 months for a customer that is maybe not super smart even, um, and having to do what it needs to be done in that span of time. It's a different thing to work at a company that has been working on a product for 5-10 years, and then you've been also working on it for all those 5-10 years. Like you do get the opportunity potentially um, to have a much bigger impact and make sure that way more things are done right. uh, but obviously all these things have a bajillion caveats to them. Okay, next page date. This is the one quantity that we do not set to undefined. Next page date is gonna be it's gonna be some kind of date that we set far into the future or far into the past. It's no, it's a date that we set far into the past. It's a zero date. It is a zero date, so we're gonna need to compare them. So we need a zero date. How do we do this? We need Zeit. And then we need to use Zeit to make a zero date. Would be nice if we had Zeit.epoch. I'm not sure that is the case, but who knows? Let's be optimistic. Then um so for lit dot sections, alternatively we could make this null. You know what? We could make this an optional date. But no, because we should know for sure that that is something. Although the null check could be good. Yeah, we'll see. So if s.idx is s.pages.len, continue. Otherwise, it means that there's still stuff to iterate on. And so we say if Next page, date dot, and I don't remember how you do date comparison, but let's assume that it's like this. Uh, oh, we need to wait. We need to get the page index. If not page dot parse dot active, we skip it. So we want to continue. But we want to continue this. Um, we want a while true here. So while true, we get this by pointer. We increase index by 1, and then we continue the loop. Otherwise, we look at the date and we say if the date is um, greater than or equal, this is kind of prototyped. I'm gonna have to fix a bunch of tiny programming errors, but this is fine. Next page is gonna be page, and next section IT. Let's call it IDX. It's gonna be this. Oh wait. Um, there we go. Okay, I think this is kind of the general idea. Then once we're done, with this for loop, then we commit. And it's fine to commit immediately moving these forward because we do want to skip non-active pages. But yeah, so here we do lit dot sections at s.idx. No, next section idx or idx plus 1, and then we return next page. There we go. So this should be it. We commit the increase. We return the next page. If we are returning undefined, then there is something completely borked with the whole system with which iterators work, and we're gonna catch that in the bug, so that's fine. And yeah, this is it, I think. Okay, let's make it real now with the power of Zig build fork and well, actually, do we care about fork? Yeah, it's fine. Zig build fork and then watch and then also error style minimal. Expected U32 found U size. Right. Implement value from for U32. Um, oh, you know what? Actually, no. Let's keep them U size. That is fine. And let's change this. Yeah, this is actually okay. No field name index in self. No field name pages. Yes. So for pages, okay, so we have the concept of a page in there. Hmm. Okay. Now field name pages instruct blah blah. S dot pages. Where did I do S dot pages? Here. It's lit dot pages. Next question. No, this is actually S page indexes. There we go. Yeah, it's S page indexes. Gives me a page index. Then gives me a page. 153. Expect type U32 found U size. Okay. Nothing name IDX instruct 127. Oh, this is the other thing I think that we messed up. There's no self IDX. You're right. It's the provided IDX. Yeah, you know what? This is definitely better like this. To be fair, we don't even need this assert because this indexing is essentially the assert as well. So this assert is not needed. Okay, there's no epoch insight. Perfect. So how do we make epoch insight? I think we already done it for page. Do we not default to some kind of epoch somewhere? Oh, there we go. Here's epoch. Yeah, so how do you do the greater than? How do you do the comparison? Because we use it here for sure. Ah, we just compare timestamp. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Extracted type designed instant found date time. Extracted type context page found const context page. Um yeah, let's do it this way. Expected 32 found use size. Okay, so we got to building. We can attempt to make this work with the Zig Day website. Man, the problem is that it requires us to first update the Zig Day website, which we have to do anyway. So I guess it's not the end of the world, but um, should we update Zig.day? I guess we should. I guess we shall. No one. Let's first pass the test suite. Actually, this is good. Then test. Uh-oh. Index out of bounds. Oh shit, I'm dumb. I am indeed dumb. So you know these things that I moved out here? Well, guess what? Guess what? These need to go after this invocation. So first you invoke everything with index 0. Then you increase the index. And then when you do that, you loop forever. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, because we're returning. So never mind. These guys did really need to go in here, huh? Or not really, because this can go here, including the return. Start at 0, call value, increase the index. One indexed indices is, I don't know, a thing. Script result type mismatch. Oh, there we go. So my tests don't pass because I was testing pages. And pages don't exist anymore in here. You know what? I think I should not have deleted pages. I think I should have deleted passing arguments to pages. To be fair, pages is not wrong. Although you can call leaves on the index. This should be the same thing. That actually, oh, you know what? That is actually interesting. How do I check if a page is in a given sub 3? Is it better to check that or to... Oh, you know what? Yeah, maybe my approach with subsections is kind of flawed. Let's see what happens here with this change. Oh yeah, right, page. Homepage, contact us. Oh, it's missing homepage. Um, yeah, no, I get it. Okay, so here's the difference. Leaves ignores section pages. Pages does not ignore section pages. That is the key difference. Right. And that makes sense. So that means that we do want pages, at least for now. Maybe we can decide in the future do we want to kick that out. But that means that on page, sorry, on site. So this We don't want to kill, but we want to make it not accept. Returns all pages in the website. So this is the case that we want to follow. Let's see how we do now. Well, I guess we need to change this to be pages. This is a little bit too bitchy. What is going on? Oh, it's the formatting. So here's what happened. Oh shit. If we undo everything, yeah, you can see that how it was originally. Oh shit. Save without formatting. What am I doing? So when it's like this, then the diff is gonna be empty. Yep. Okay, back to an empty diff. Hello, Julian. Okay. So this is all well and good. We passed tests. So I guess it's time to let's test drive it on the Zig.day website. But yeah, we changed this. Removed the ability to pass arguments to side.pages, which allowed you to iterate over a list of known pages. Um, which allowed you to iterate over a list of known pages. It was originally created to simplify running the same HTML snippet over a list of manually selected pages, but it's fully replaceable by looping over a Ziggy array defined in the front matter. Old, new. You know what? I think I'll take out the CTX stuff and I'll just do $side.page. There you go. Okay. So with this, we have restored a balance in the force. So I'm going to do, let me see. So this builds Zine. This is the changelog. It's okay. So here I'm going to go in Zig.day. Going to git pull. Could be worse. Could be better though. Holy shit, there's an upgrade in front of us. Well, what can I say? I broke the API and I enjoy the upgrade process, right? What can I say? But check this out. Yeah, we can now just pass images and it will work. Then um, dev. Let's go. No author, no draft, no date. No author, no draft, no date. No author, no draft. Mhm. No shit. I'm in Portland. Okay, I don't know if this is all of it. Maybe. I guess we'll have Zine tell us. We're missing a dot in some of them, and we're missing some Seattle index. A bunch of index SMD pages. These are all fine. Yeah. Maybe use a regular expression. I don't want to because those things. It's easy to introduce regressions with those things. I honestly I prefer the manual work right now. I have upgraded other websites using regular expressions, and it has worked out for me. I upgraded my personal website that way, but I also ended up somehow corrupting an image because I thought I was running this thing only on files with a given extension, but it turns out that um, that's not exactly what happened, and so I ended up I messed up a JPEG file. In any case, we're done. This is essentially the last thing that I need to do when it comes to the mechanical part of the upgrade. Okay, we are almost done. Almost. So there's some more Valencia. Okay, there's some more at dates. Okay. So there's some more pages that somehow did not show up. Hmm. Yeah, okay, for this one, yeah, no, I don't know if I can use a regex because there's the problem of I also need to delete the author field as well. Is title required? I don't remember if title is required of or not. Man, so many Zig days, huh? I think that if we ever need to do this again in the future, we are gonna need really to use search and replace or some kind of automated tool because holy crap. Like 1 year from now, there's gonna be so many more Zig days. Oof. Oh, well, cool. We loop out of bounds. So we really have messed up the iterator implementation. Index out of bounds, index 3, length 3. Well, god damn it. Um, god damn it. How did we mess up this part here? I mean, I know how. I touched that code. That's how. Still, god damn it. And also, I'm not using any of the new stuff. This is just the semi refactoring that I did to the iterator implementation. What I'm clearly missing a corner case here. Are we missing the case where this is empty? No, because this should have done it. This should have done the trick. This should have done the trick. Hmm. You know what? I guess this needs to go here. Maybe. You know what? I think I messed up the order of these things, and none of these new orders is correct. Can the build system create symbolic links, or should I just shell out to the system command? Ooh, oh man. You're coming up with tough questions. As far as I know, it does not have the ability to create symbolic links at the moment. I think you have to shell out. Also, know that your favorite operating system, actually everybody's favorite operating system, doesn't want to do links out of symbolic links out of the box because they are considered, too dangerous um, to handle. So I just want to see the code before the latest changes. Okay, how did I fuck this up? Okay, now this is literally it. I guess that is the change that we're looking for. Yeah, it incremented before, and also for empty arrays, one is past the length. So I think that was causing the error. Or not. Oh wait, maybe yes. Rebuild zine, because we ran tests just now. We did not rebuild the executable. Rebuild zine, launch. Okay, now it's happening. Oh, and guess what? we nuked this ourselves, so we cannot do side pages like this anymore. But that is fine because we have our upgrade strategy. So index HTML. In here we have a mention to pages. There we go. It is fine. We're gonna take all of them. We're gonna do $page dot custom dot, what are these? Call them our areas. And then we're gonna loop over these. Then we're gonna do ctx of area equals uh like this. ctx area title, ctx area this, ctx area that. Oh shit. Wait. Oh shit. I got it wrong. This stuff was loop.it because this is an inner loop. There you go. What? Europe index SMD uses index as HTML. Huh. Um why do wait, what? What the heck is online right now? Oh no, it's a borked up page. That's what's going on in there. Holy shit. That's on me. I show up a borked up page if you try to navigate to that. Funny. We caught this now. What do we do for that? I think they need to have a separate page for that. It would be nice if they didn't poop themselves, though. So USA index, call it area. Let's call this area. Okay. Um. mm, 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 mm. Okay, let's just have this for now. Okay, it's working. The website is still up, and I don't see anything horrible with it. So everything looks good. So the next question is, can we show the latest stuff? How does showing the latest stuff work? Um, so on the homepage, how should we show the newest Z days? Do we show them here at the bottom below Japan? We have latest events, and we just show 5 or 10. Well, 5, I think it's probably good enough. Let's try. So this would be join index as HTML and oh, here's the funny thing though. So we do it from index. I guess we do it from index. Okay, so here we do. This is a div that loops on areas. Yeah, we want a div that loops on page.leaves limit 5. And these are actually already pages, so we don't need a CTX for them. Oh, wait, actually, no, this outer loop thing is not a thing. So it's just a normal div, which contains not this area title. This contains a normal h2 called latest events. Then div class cities. No, just a div. The loops on page.leaves limit 5 link data stuff. No data stuff. Text title. That works. It's missing some stuff though. Expected 0 arguments. I have not implemented arguments to leaves. Okay, let's do that. Site. Oh shit. Yeah, I haven't implemented leaves essentially. Wait a second. Oh man, this bad boy needs proper implementing now. So leaves. Let's see. Returns a flat list of all non-section pages, leave pages. This does accept an argument, which is an optional argument. How do you do optional argument? I think it's like this. Do you read chat? Sometimes. What are you doing? I am working on a statics generator named Zin. If you go to zin-ssg.io, you will see it. Uh, uh, um. Okay, so now we need to implement this thing. So we find up to one argument. We find the subsection ID. Yes, before we do that, let's unpack the argument though. Const limit equals if args.len is 0, sd math.max int for, I think this is a usize. Else switch args at 0. I think it's something like int. Oh no. Okay, so we have the limit. Whether the leaves sorted by publish date? Yes. Pages are naturally sorted by date. Newest first. There are some ways of getting them sorted by something else. Right now, it's not particularly generic. It's essentially restricted to either by date or alphabetically. I'm kind of trying to take it easy before adding super generic scripting capabilities, something like giving you the ability to reorder arrays arbitrarily, because I first want to I first want to slowly gather the basics of what one normally would need before giving you, arbitrary complex stuff that is more inefficient. Like, it's more inefficient to try and sort an array through scripty than it is, to kind of have done that already beforehand in the processing pipeline. and I don't want people to go bonkers with template programming. That being said, there are obvious limits to this approach. So um, I do want to have eventually escape hatches that allow you to do arbitrary things. What I'm thinking is something like I don't give you generic purpose ability to deal with things in the scripty templating language, but I give you the ability at some point to define your own scripts. And in your own scripts, you will be able to do essentially whatever you want. I was thinking about the latest events use case where publish date order might not exactly correspond to the event date order. You know what? That is a great point. Yeah, you definitely make a great point. Indeed. You make a great point indeed. And for now, I don't want to solve this because because this is sorting by a custom property, right? Which can be done, but yep. That is absolutely a great point. I guess the alternative would be we could flip it around where we make the event date the publish date, and we also that means that we quote unquote publish things also in the future, and then we use the publish date elsewhere. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it like this. It's gonna be imperfect, but it's gonna be in any case an improvement. Okay, so we find a subsection. And then what's below this line needs to change. So we need to collect all the sections. So var sections is an SCD array list of context iterator leaves iterator dot section. And then we need to expand them. So okay. So we do for, well, these are the for s.pages.items. We grab the page, and if it's not active, we ignore it. If it is active, we say if page dot, and now the question is, what tells us if it is a section? I think I remember that it has some zero value somewhere. Page scan subsection ID different than 0. This tells us, oh my god. So this tells us if it is a subsection, and wait, what is going on? I'm lost. Page asset. Oh, too far up. Oh no, I swapped. Oh my god, changed page. Yeah. So scan subsection ID. So if it is different than 0, which by the way, that reminds me, we want to also skip these pages in the iterator. In the iterator, oh shit, we can't just, oh, also for length, you know what? That is annoying. For length, For length, we can't even just sum up the lengths. You need to loop over them. So okay. So it means that we need also to build up length here. If there is a page and it's not active, we skip it. If subsection ID is 0, we increment len and we skip it because we're expanding the sections right now. So down here, subsection ID is valid. So we push that to sections. Let me think about it for a second. Hmm. Yeah, you know what? It's slightly different. So I think we need to start by adding ourselves to the section. So this is going to be try section append. Um, we append ourselves, and then I think that there is essentially a while through. We say while cursor is lower than sections or items of len, cursor plus equals 1. So we start by looking at ourselves, but then after that we're going to be looking at something else. So we put it in here. No, this is wrong. For this is for sections.items. Sections.items at cursor dot pages page indexes. There we go. PIDX. Grab the page. If it's active. If it's not active, we continue. If it is a leaf page, we increase len and we continue. Otherwise, it's a section page. And so we append it. And what are going to be those pages? Those pages are going to be the sections items at page scan subsection ID. And of this thing, I care about pages.items. I think this is it. It's kind of mindfucky how it is, but yeah. So we grab the current subsection ID, we index into section items for it, and then yeah, we do pages items. So that works. Sections append. So this is perfect. Then we move forward, and as long as there are more stuff to expand, essentially, we keep expanding everything. So the end result is that we will have the full list of sections with all their pages. We know how many leaf pages there are. We're essentially done at this point with this stuff. So we return a context.iterator.init GPA, and then the implementation is a leaves iterator with an init. Limit is limit. Sections is sections.items. Pages is v.pages.items. Ampersand? No, just v pages items. So this is almost it. The only thing that we're missing is passing down the total number of items. Yeah, because we can't just count here, so might as well. Oh, interesting. If there's limit and len, we don't need both. Yeah, actually, yeah. Wait, we just use limit for that. So that works. So that means that here, return the mean between these two. There you go. Technically, we could postpone this work. I think it's fine. Okay. So is this it? I think this might be it. Oh, int. Oh, you know what? It's lowercase int, I bet you. What do you say about that? I forgot how I called that case. Sometime int and context.int. Int.value. Type I64 cannot represent integer value. Oh. And I think we're gonna need an int cast somewhere. No field name, pages indexes. It's page indexes. Missing start field IDX. Well, to be fair, this can be default initialized. Expected type U32 found I64. Yeah. Actually, U32? Oh, actually, what if this is negative? Well, if I dot value is lower than 0, return one non-negative numeric argument. So this int is infallible. This init can fail. Oh, this turns an iterator, not a value? Really? Okay. Was it iterator the key? I don't remember. Oh, and we need try in that case, yeah. Expected type slice of context page found constant slice of context page. Right. Okay, there we go. Well, it works. Software you can love Vancouver, Zigtoberfest, blah blah blah, Bristol, Nuremberg. Okay, so we need to print them in a nicer manner now. How do we do this? So the link is right. The problem is the title. We cannot use the title. So we need to put in there the date, the event date, and the in the location. Uh, 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 um. So we put the link in. Guess we can. I guess we can do it like this. We can do a span maybe first with the date. How do you do the date? It's start. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. So also maybe instead of a div, this could be a UL. Expected identifier. Why am I seeing this error here that says expected identifier? Truncated expression. Oh, I forgot that I've introduced parsing. I forgot that I actually validate script expressions and I report and I can report errors in them. I forgot. Yeah, we have that now. We're not quite there yet to what I want to have, but we have that. Okay, so get start, and then how do you turn a string into a date? String into date. Come on, man. Parse date. Parse date, and then we have to format it, which is what we do. Which is what we do here. Eh, actually, this is fine. Let's see what we have to say here. Okay. I think we can do better though. We can do. I forget what is the year. What is Go's favorite year? 2006. Thank you. Okay. What if we do 06? Yeah, ultimately the year is not that important. I think this is fine. There were some dates that were on Sunday. What the fuck happened here? Why are they now all saying Saturday? Uh-oh. Oh, right. You're right. I have to say Monday. Thank you. I'm a moron. Right. So that, and then actually this should be inside the anchor at this point, I think. And then um what are we doing here? Text equals. So we want the name of the location. Loop IT parent section, I think. Yeah, parent section title. Special, special, special. Okay. So for Bristol, Narmberg and Company, there is no name, but for special events, there are names. Maybe we should attempt to filter them out. I don't know. Uh, maybe. Hmm. Place it in a custom data. There's an address, but there is no city, I believe. But we can check. There's an address. There's a longitude and a latitude. Now, in general, this information about where is in the event as a whole, like Braunschweig in this case. And this works fine. It's just that special events is special events needs well, we can actually special case it. That is not a problem. So here's how we can do it. We do it like this. Uh, if $loop.it.parent section dot link dot base name dot equal special, then we do it differently. Or rather, we do that, and then if it's a special event, we do this. Okay, what do you have to say? There you go. Special events. South African Love Vancouver, Zigtoberfest 26, Zig Boston. I guess this works. Is this beautiful? It's not really beautiful, but it's better than nothing. it's a starting point. So with this we have let me put on some music. Uh, 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 uh. Okay. So with this we have well, we have tested the new stuff with Zig Day, and it works. An alternative solution would be to have a latest events, like to list latest events per area. But I think for it, it's better for now to not do that and just to have one singular latest events. I always found month and date little ambiguous. Yeah. Oh, you know what? You're right. That is annoying. That is a very good point. Thank you, Lucky Dev. Fuck. The full date with the year seemed overkill, but that did bring a clarity. I guess we can do so. We can revert back to like January in letters, maybe. So we're reverting back to what we were doing before. Yeah. Well, the year helps because if you put it fully, like if you do the full year, if you do 2026, that's fine. But look, let's use let's use the date format that we're already using elsewhere. So this works. Again, this is not beautiful. Like this can clearly, like the presentation of this stuff can be clearly improved. Year, month, and date. Year, date, and month are both. I don't think that people expect that though. Normally you expect the fucked up order with the year put at the end. When it comes to software, if the year comes first, you usually expect year, month, and date. Then sure, I don't know, fucked up locales. I can imagine, but I would say in our context, nobody who would go to a Zig Day, I think, would be surprised, would expect year, date, month over year, month, and date. I would even say that in tech, this is like the cheat code, like to essentially paper over uh, different locales. You just put the year first, and that's kind of the universal approach. Okay, this works. So this all works. So we have page that leaves. So we need to update the documentation syntax, and then we can make the release. It seems, hopefully. I'm starting to get stressed out. Like I feel like I might be forgetting something. Let's take a look at the docs then. So how do the docs work? For the docs, we have to shift back to not Zig Day, but we are now in not Zine SSG. Actually, no, yes, Zine SSG. That's where we're at. Okay, so this works. Delightful. Changelog contains our changelog. Yeah, we actually saw that earlier as well. Then what we want to do next is um mm, 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 run docgen. Don't poop yourself. Don't poop yourself. Watch it poop itself. Brace for impact. And we poop ourselves. Okay, so the doc reference generator is well, a bit fucky, and we need to unfucky it. So that's the next step. This is doc types. Okay, I'm gonna exit the zig.a for now. Doc types 103. Ziggy dynamic value. Oh, this is now Ziggy dynamic. Actually, this doesn't matter. This is the one that matters. Root source file. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna pull this closer. Root source file context map has no member Ziggy map. Yeah, it's a dynamic dictionary. There is no authors in context page fields. Oh, right. So our page docs has some documentation stuff somewhere. We'll find it eventually. And yeah, that thing needs to be updated. There we go. Title. Oh, god damn it. Why is this like this? Oh, I guess it's because I was repeating as set in the SuperMD from Matter a bunch, huh? Authors. Authors of a page. Layout. Draft. Tags. I'm gonna move tags above. I think that authors and tags should go title. No, you know what? It should be like this. I think they should be the ordering. Draft should go at the very end. Or right before custom. Okay. Let's see if DocGen is happy now. To do, add support for context.union. Well, there we go. Huh. I guess we need to create .union. Okay, so now this builds, but we need to fix up a few things because the way we represent certain things has changed. Thank you. There we go. This is now this. Actually, no, this is fine. Scriptiparam. question mark and square brackets? The fuck? If is function param dot dot dot. Well, okay, so this is now if is function param return like this, else then if it's optional tag name, and if it's optional and it is many, we do it like this. Link. Oh shit, this thing is gonna fuck me up. Shit. This is dots. Oh shit, can I put square brackets in a square bracket thing? Oh my god. I guess we're about to find it out. Although technically these square brackets were outside, so this should be correct to do. Zig's new IO interfaces is convoluted as fuck, cannot reason about it at all. Yeah, well, the new IO interface is it's doing a lot more than what it was doing before. What issues are you having specifically? Are you trying to do concurrency, and are you finding that confusing? Because otherwise, like if you're just doing, let's say, normal IO, once you get your hands on of an instance of IO, which you can get from main if you're doing juicy main, then you just have to pass the parameter around. Okay, so we need to fix these ones. If it's optional and it's not many, it's a question mark. If it is optional and it is also many, we want this. Okay, let's see where this leads us. No shit. Too few arguments. Oh yeah, because this is now 1. Okay, so this is fine. This is good. But this page has been generated with the wrong front matter. But that's easy to fix. Actually, no, this is it. Wait, oh no. Is this Super MD one? Yeah, it's the Super MD one. That is fair. That is indeed fair. I tried to sponsor several threads where each of those threads is doing asynchronous work. I could not wrap my head around it. You should not be doing that manually yourself. So the way async and concurrent work is that the thread pool is managed by Zig, and you just schedule stuff on it. Now, there is a problem right now where what you would previously express as a thread pool plus task queue is currently not exactly perfectly mapped to the new system. There are some quirks to it that need to be solved. They're definitely going to be solved. But as a first approximation, just call io.concurrent whenever you want to kick off a job. And if you want to group them together, like if they don't have each returns a separate result, then put them in a group. That would be my suggestion as a starting point. And assume that Zig will essentially manage the thread pool for you if you do that. As I said, there are some quirks. This is not going to be, this is not exactly that right now, because Zig will spawn extra threads if you use io.concurrent, but if you use io.async, then you have some other issues. So, but it should approximate what you need as a starting point. Wait, am I actually an idiot? Is this where I need to fork SuperMD? I think this is it, huh? Okay, there we go. So this is working now. Let's go to docs and let's see how fucked up they are. SuperMD reference. Actually, this one should be fine because this one doesn't have a concept of arrays and whatnot. It's the Super HTML one. We needed to fix it to build the website, but string dot dot dot. This is actually wrong. This is string, comma, string, dot, dot, dot. So let's fix that. There we go. This one is fine. I otherwise have perfect control on what's going on when developing in Zig, but this new IO seems to be stealing that control from me. It is by design. So I can explain the situation. The reason why IO exists as an interface is explicitly to allow application developers. So let's assume that you are working on a library right now. You might not be, but let's say that you are. IO exists explicitly so that you write your library against the IO interface, and then the application developer can swap in and out different, let's say, runtimes, different concurrency models, different IO backends, different IO implementations, right? This goes from, you know, IO implemented on Windows versus IO implemented on Linux, but also using multi-threading for concurrency versus using ring threads versus using in the future potentially stackless coroutines. So that means that yes, IO is quite deliberately obfuscating what the runtime model is going to be so that it can be plugged in and out. What is currently not fully well structured is allowing you to opt out of IO and just use the lower level APIs, because what the previous IO, well, let's say lower level IO layer was, think of, you know, sd.posix, for example, that one had to be changed a bunch to accommodate for the needs of IO. So we currently don't have a well-defined lower layer. That being said, I guess there are two practical things at play here. One is it's just a matter of doing the work, and you know, a bunch of stuff had to be restructured and broken to accommodate for the new stuff, and now we're in the process of trying to polish the implementation of the new stuff. So that is taking precedence right now. It's a temporary thing. Eventually, you know, everything will be good again as expected, and so you will be able to more easily opt out of things if that's what you want. But I will say, while you should be able to opt out, opting out is a thing that you know, it's not the it's kind of pacifying your library if you opt out of IO, because now you're making it less reusable. You might have reasons to do that. You might have good reasons to do that, but you have decided to not participate into the IO ecosystem, and now your library, if somebody is doing one specific model of concurrency, now your library is not going to play nice in that ecosystem. So it should be possible, but there are strong reasons to want to keep everybody that can on board of the IO interface train, because that is how you avoid an ecosystem split, where you have the async version of something and the non-async version of something, and the reactor A version of something and the reactor B version of something, and that kind of stuff. Okay, there we go. Page, string, string. Okay, so this is all well and good. I think the docs have now the new syntax. Perfect. Docs slash built-in types. Thank you. Okay. Okay, this is good. So we have done this. We have done this. Oh, I haven't mentioned leaves in the changelog. I usually pass through the parentheses when talking about these things, which returns a flat list of pages of non-section. Okay. Okay. I'm going to start zining on the weekend. Oof. I've already designed a theme for our website. Cool. I have heard, Julian, that I've heard from somebody that if you point an LLM at the zine docs, the thing is actually pretty decent at doing the kind of work for you. You know, defining styles and mucking around with Super HTML and stuff. Okay. So page leaves is mentioned. We were missing a colon in scripty. There we go. And next is I think there might be a couple more things that I might want to do before releasing. Um, one could be adding a site level setting for uh actually not even site level, a global setting essentially for um making for making yeah, so to make it so that external links don't necessarily target blank, make it configurable. Let me also double check the frequent stuff. What is going on? Okay, so let's take a look at how the frequent section looks like now. Docs, frequently encountered use cases, author slash tag metadata. Okay, so this seems nice. Okay, so this seems good. So we have author slash tag metadata. This seems good. Okay, so this seems awesome. No complaints. We can add that flag and then really release. But you know what? I know that I promised that this is a glorious release day, and I think I still think it is. But I think I'm gonna stop here. We have done essentially all the work except the actual release, and while yeah, sure, we could technically celebrate by doing the release live. I don't care about this stuff much. So I think that I will stop here, eat dinner, and then push the release out. So if anybody is interested in trying Zine, get ready because it's about to come out, and I don't know. Hopefully, it's gonna be a good time. You ready? Awesome. Okay, so thank you all for hanging out. I'm gonna stop here. Be on the lookout for the announcement on GitHub, like the entry or whatever. There's gonna be also a post in Discord, or just look at the website. It's gonna refresh and show the new stuff out, including on the RSS feed, hopefully. And yeah, thank you. See you all next time. Let me see if there's anybody doing Zig. I'll consider reading them in case. There's Lucas Develops. Risk of Rain 2 inspired game. You know what? I'll send you all to Lucas Develops. Say hi. Be nice.